seats, please. And I will invite Councillor Mike Davidson to open the meeting with a karakia timatanga.
Whakatakatehau ki te uru, whakatakatehau ki te tonga. Kia mā, kina, ki ota, ki mā tara, tara ki tai. E hi aki ata, te atakura, hei tie, hei hoka, hei hohu, tihei mori ora.
Kia ora. Thank you. There have been no apologies received, although I will note that our Chief Executive is, the way my perspective is, looking over my right-hand shoulder, so zooming in as she is on leave this week. But this was an important meeting for her to participate in. But I understand that there are some technology challenges and weather challenges from time to time, so we may lose her from time to time in terms of the meeting, but thank you, Dawn, for doing that. The second item is the declarations of interest. Councillor Tim Scandrett will be attending in person but won't take part in the debate or voting. Councillor Scandrett, as we know, is a director of Venues Ōtautahi, which has been deeply involved in this issue and has discussed the perceived conflict of interest with legal. So thank you very much, Tim. And so now we move on to design direction for the Canterbury Multi-Use Arena. And in order for us to have a construct for today, I will formally move the staff recommendations. Do I have a seconder for that? Andrew? Right. Okay, so that's the formal resolution that's on the table and we can work from that. So I will hand over to you, Mary Richardson, to present the item for Council's consideration today. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, ka nuti mihi kia koutou. Greetings. Look, first I want to start by acknowledging and thanking you for coming in on your recess week. I know recess weeks are precious to you and you had planned a holiday. So I really appreciate the fact that you have all come in from your holiday to debate this matter. I also want to acknowledge the other people that are in the room today. We have Barry Bragg from the board. With us we have Tony Smale from Canterbury Rugby and Julian Falloon from Sports Canterbury, and also Peter Morrison from the hospitality industry. We've also got the B6 WAPAC team, who are the contracting team and have been absolutely invaluable throughout this process, and we could not have got as far as we have and also dealt with this issue today without their support and their depth of knowledge from their international experience. We also have, we were intending to have Christchurch NZ here, but they are sick and an apology today, but they have given some advice, and also we've got Nigel can touch on some advice that's, and statements that's come from Crusaders in New Zealand Rugby. And the only other apology we have is Canterbury Foundation. So I think I've covered everybody off who's here. The team presenting today are a team that's both council and VO, Venues Ōtautahi, that have been working on this. And so what we intend to do today is I'll provide a very brief overview, and then I will hand over to Nigel, Caroline and Andrew to speak to aspects of the report, and also Alistair Pearson and the WAPAC team will be able to answer any questions around the construction, and we also have people here, Michael, who can talk to the finance aspects. So as advised in the report, we are seeking approval to modify the design scope for the CMUA, and this modification is going to better enable the project to be delivered within budget. So today, the decision today is not committing to a D&C contract. It's just about moving the project forward. As the report identifies, late last month the council were advised that the contract price estimate had increased to approximately 130 million over budget, and that was then reduced down further by value management, but still significantly many millions over budget. The report identifies that this budget increase was largely due to first the increase in scale So that was this, the size of the building getting bigger with additional seats and the inclusion of a concourse. But also it was the increase was due to the large increase in construction costs both in New Zealand and internationally. And that's been largely due to the impact of COVID and also the post-COVID recovery across the world. The report also reminds you that we are actually in a pre-contract service agreement with the contractor, and that pre-service contract agreement was designed to ensure that any potential cost increases and related scope issues were identified as early as possible. And so it is doing exactly what it was designed to do, that we are being alerted and being able to address those early rather than later when we got to D&C and it was too late. Also touching that the scope modification in this report is really about the minimum sports mode seating capacity. So that's what it's proposing, is that the minimum seat capacity in sports mode is reduced to 25,000. And just noting on that is consistent with the preferred option in the investment case. So that's what the option in the investment case suggested. It is also consistent with the funding agreement we signed with the Crown, which was 22,500 permanent seats. That recommendation is also based on stakeholder feedback, and Nigel will speak to that soon, and also the operational analysis that was done by Carolyn's team at VO, and she will be able to speak to that. But also, it's worth noting that the modification is the design as it's standing with the design that we are suggesting we move to. It will provide better user experience than even the investment case envisaged. So it's actually with the level 1 concourse that's been put in, which wasn't in the investment case, while still retaining seat size, sight lines, and also the mix of spaces, is actually a much better user experience. And this is a user experience for the people that will be turning up to the stadium week after week after week. So, the key users who are regular users. It also has a better turf solution, and it also will retain the essential acoustics quality, plus also maintaining the aspects around sustainability and resilience. And we do cover that in the report, and WAPAC have done a lot of work around that already. So now I'll hand over to Nigel, and then on to Carolyn and Andrew. So,
Kia ora. In terms of what I wanted to touch on in terms of it's in the report is, when the response team was stood up, in terms of we went quite quickly with some of the sporting stakeholders. And I guess the key thing that came from that was the reconfirmation of the importance of the great customer experience at the CMUA. So in terms of when we went through and quizzed that, the inclusion of the level 1 concourse and the associated benefits of that was prioritised as being more important than the additional 5,000 seats from 25 to 30,000 if the budget didn't allow for both. Certainly as they went through, they considered that the 25,000 seat capacity will cater for most sporting events, with the exception of potentially a Super Rugby final, All Blacks games, and other large one-off events that would come to the city. In terms of the importance of seat size, leg space and sight lines was reconfirmed, along with the benefits of being able to host supporters at the CMUA. So the behind glass experience was also very, very important to them. I do have a couple of quotes in terms of Colin Mansbridge from the Crusaders. He's actually meeting with New Zealand Rugby at this point in time, so he couldn't make today. But in terms of just wanted to reiterate quotes from Colin and from New Zealand Rugby. Colin, in terms of, says that the recommended design direction strikes a good balance between amenity, quality and cost effectiveness. In terms of, obviously, their dream is for a new multi-use arena to be a quality home ground for the Crusaders, and the recommended design direction ticks all the boxes for them. Like most of the stakeholders we've spoken through this process, he wanted me to also reiterate the importance of certainty and the progress and continual progress of the CMUA. Some of you may have read in the paper this morning in terms of New Zealand Rugby, in terms of Chris Ledram, New Zealand Rugby General Manager, Professional Rugby and Performance, has reiterated that New Zealand Rugby takes into account a wide range of factors in allocating test matches each season. The capacity of the stadium is one factor, but it definitely isn't the only factor they consider when they're allocating test matches. If we keep going through in terms of just to highlight on that in terms of the bid incentive fund, in terms of, you'll recall in the long-term plan in terms of there was discussion around that, and it was resolved that a bidding fund for the events of the new Canterbury multi-use arena would be addressed as part of the annual plan to allow further work to be undertaken to establish the appropriate amount and the mechanisms for that being used. In terms of, just to go through, when I have spoken to other stakeholders, and many are watching live today, in terms of, they definitely wanted me to reiterate the importance of certainty and the progress of the CMUA, in terms from a hospitality perspective, from a business perspective, and also from the sporting perspective as well. I think there are other things in the paper, but I think I'll just leave it there and take questions later on.
Lovely. Thanks, Nigel. Good morning. We've undertaken an assessment and analysis against the investment case, but also against the venue design fundamentals. We've modelled that assessment across all design alternatives, including the base scheme and the two RT options referenced in the report. But we've always kept in mind the overarching strategic objectives of the CMUA, as referenced in the investment case. The options analysis also reflects our operating model and the current environment. Venue design fundamentals critical to the success of the venue have also been assessed, and they've been assessed against 4 key criteria. 1, commercial viability and competitive advantage. In the best interest of the city, we must be competitive in the national and Australasian markets. We need to be able to attract and retain multifaceted and large-scale events, and the venue design must also consider the future of events. It must be future-proof, for instance, for things like esports, fastest growing sport in the world. And as Nigel has referenced, regardless of the capacity, a bid incentive fund is still required. And albeit capacity will impact the size of that, it's been, as per the investment case, would always be needed. Second key criteria is operational functionality. It underpins the guest and client experience and also the commercial viability of the venue. Key design principles should maintain fundamental ease of access to amenities and smooth and easy venue ingress and egress. Third key criteria is guest experience, and albeit it is often an outcome of operational functionality, it is critical to the success of the venue and for all return custom. Good access to amenities, ease of movement in and around the venue, acoustic quality, comfort, variety and consistency of food and beverage offerings are all fundamental. And lastly, multi-use. So to maximise the opportunity for the city, to be competitive in attracting a high volume of top quality events in a range of genres, the venue must be genuinely multi-use. A genuinely multi-use arena is a competitive point of difference for our city, and it provides more opportunity to diversify revenue streams, and it future-proofs the venue. So the assessment against the 3 options that we've been looking at by way of both the investment case as well as the design fundamentals. So the base scheme, it delivers on the core fundamentals with the exception of turf health, and turf health is fundamental. What that does is with all activity on the field of play, it increases the operational cost of turf mitigation, so a turf farm, for instance. RT2, so that was the slightly larger option, with remaining with the staged pocket but no level 1 concourse. It does deliver all core fundamentals, but a lack of a functional level 1 concourse is an operational, commercial and guest experience detractor. The notable impact on the investment case is a less optimal guest experience, which could affect return custom, and no concourse also reduces the multi-use functionality and the ability to utilise space under the concourse, which is a future revenue generation opportunity for tenancies, for example. RT1, which is the recommended option, which is the 25,000 seated capacity, maintaining the 36,000 large concert capacity, northern stage pocket and a level 1 U-shaped concourse, delivers on all the core fundamentals, including turf health, and it also delivers with the level 1 concourse an enhanced guest experience. There's an improved commercial outcome with closer access to food and beverage amenity, and then also that level 1 concourse allowing future opportunity for alternative use within the venue. We're preliminary design. Obviously, there's a lot of design work still to be worked through, with obviously the 25,000 reference as a minimum, and of course where we can, we would always look to increase that, but we won't know the outcome of that until we get more design clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks, Carolyn. With regard to turf health, I guess the fact that there's so many people up here talking to you sort of articulates how challenging this project is. And I know there's a lot of discussion around seat numbers, but frankly, if the turf doesn't work, it doesn't matter if you have 1 seat or 30,000 seats. And there have been disasters around the world with stadium builds, complex stadiums, where trying to keep something natural and alive in an artificial environment has created significant cost challenges for the owners of those venues going forward. So the focus of what I've been looking at and the team have been looking at are the whole of life impacts of the design, not just the design. And that's why we have a situation at the moment that's unresolved. Now, RT1 will require some reinvestigation of building science work to make sure that we can have this living thing growing in a building. But we're quite confident that we've got the right team to move that forward. RT1 in particular, in relation to the turf health, takes some of the stress away from having every multi-use event on that turf. And that's a big plus factor. There's still work to do, but that's a big shift forward for turf health in terms of understanding how much impact there will be. There will be need for replacement turf, but under the RT1 model, at this point in time, it looks like that will be significantly reduced. And so that's a major plus. We're talking about funds that were not budgeted for. So the design outcome of the base case at the moment didn't achieve a whole of life solution that we were comfortable with. I might just leave it at that at this point. I'm happy to answer questions and hand back to Mary.
Great. So just before we move to questions, I think there's just 2 matters that I really want to emphasise. And firstly is that the first one is about the criticality that we make a decision, or you make a decision today. And that's because we have B6 WAPAC who are under contract and waiting for direction. Secondly, it's only through the next phases of design that we will get greater clarity and certainty around costs. And also that thirdly, if we delay moving to the next stage, we will actually just have the risk of increasing costs and the further risk of escalation. So it's that real criticality that a decision's made today. And the other thing that just want to highlight, and we will consider this matter more when we're talking about the financials, but the project still has risk of future cost escalation and increase. That's been highlighted in the report, but we are only in the early stages of design, and also we are in a COVID and post-COVID environment. And the predictions, and you would have seen this mentioned in the report, the predictions about escalation are varied about the level of escalation and also when it's going to settle out. So there are still cost risks associated with this project. But the key message is we really do need to make a decision today. Otherwise, the risk will just mount, and there's no more certainty we can give than what we've got today. We can only give more certainty by moving forward. Thanks. So if we hand back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I'm not sure whether Dawn, did you want to say anything at this stage or not?
Madam Mayor, it's just to confirm I'm in complete agreement with the team. I know there will be questions that elected members and yourself may wish to ask, but I think that's a really good start.
Okay. Look, perhaps if I start, there's obviously been a number of issues that have come up, and it was good to hear a focus on the user experience rather than the people that would be either performing or playing in the arena. I just want to reflect on, though, there are obviously a number of design features that add to the cost, and I've got the big cost is the roof, the fact that it's a covered stadium. So the drip line option, which I think most in Australia are at, and I want to know whether we could have a world-class arena, in the context of the place where it is located, without the roof, whether a drip line, so you're protecting those that are seated, but that's all. Whether that would provide a world-class arena, because I'm trying to just ask the question that needs to be explored in the public context of this debate.
So, Caroline?
Yeah, so look, a roof, whilst is an advantage, it's going to be a really iconic venue. What it also does is make it a multi-use arena. Without the roof, it really is a sports stadium. The roof provides confidence and a surety for particularly concerts around weather, and it also future-proofs it for things like esports that need covered stadium. And for instance, esports at the moment are looking for stadiums around the world for 25,000, but they have to be covered, and there aren't many of them around.
So that's something new, I mean, I obviously there are councillors around the table that are a lot younger than I am. So, can you describe what did the esports look like in terms of the way of the future?
So essentially they're 3-day, mostly these big kind of tournaments. It's almost like watching ESPN on TV at the moment. So you have an eSport channel and it's streamed to millions around the world. But the actual tournaments, they pack out closed arenas. There are 4 big screens in the centre and they, it's not necessarily my cup of tea, but they play each other in these games and they're there for 3 days. It's daily food and beverage, and about 80% of the people competing and coming to the venue are visitors.
Right. Okay. No, I mean, thank you, because it is a question that keeps getting asked. So the multi-use side of the arena is completely dependent on the roof.
Yes. Yeah, and particularly for those reduced mode concerts as well.
And just to add to that reminder that it is a key fundamental in the funding agreement with the Crown, so a condition of which the Crown gave their contribution.
So they could withdraw their contribution.
Yes.
So that was one. What was the other? Was there another one with that? There was another key fundamental. Was it?
It was the seating capacity, the multi-use.
And what was the seating capacity, which was the minimum?
Minimum of 22,500
Thank you.
units.
Okay, right. All right. Okay, so questions. Yanni and James.
Okay. So can you just help me understand, like, who sets the ticket price? Obviously, we've been told if we reduce the capacity, we would possibly, or most definitely have to increase the bid incentive funding that we put in to get, if we wanted a Tier 1 All Blacks match. Why can't rugby actually just increase the ticket prices to make up the difference in the seatage capacity? And why should we, as a city, incur that cost?
Not a question I can answer on behalf of rugby, but look, all commercial arrangements are different, and when you think about concerts, for instance, the promoter will set the ticket price. But yeah, I can't answer that question on behalf of rugby, unfortunately.
Right, but if New Zealand Rugby wanted to host or have an All Blacks game here, they do have an option of raising additional revenue to accommodate the shortfall in seats.
I imagine that would be an option available to rugby, yeah.
And I don't know if this is a question for the Chief Executive, but can someone explain what's going on with the project board? I mean, I was quite concerned to see in the media inquiries yesterday that the chair had resigned.
You'll see there's a resolution there on 7. We'll report back to Finance and Performance about that. So it will be better that that's discussed in that report.
Right, but why are we finding out through the media inquiries?
So
Look, I mean, it is relevant because there's been a lot of public interest in it. But
potentially to protect the privacy of the individuals, can we discuss that in PX?
yeah, perhaps what I was going to say too, and I'm remiss because and you've reminded me of it. There are certain elements of today's meeting which are going to have to be conducted in PX. Obviously, the commercial elements, we've got we've got our wonderful contractors sitting in behind, but they don't need to hear us discuss the details of all of the financial considerations that we are taking into account as we move into the next stage, hopefully after today's decision. So there are certain things that need to be discussed in PX, and I'd like to take the implications of a number of the issues associated with the governance reduction.
Okay, but are we gonna
Can we deal with that in PX?
That's fine.
We're going to come back into the public arena after the PX session. So I just want to make sure that we protect people's.
Yeah, no, I recognise that. Can I just ask though, are we going to hear from the project board at some stage as part of this process about their view?
Yes, you will, and we also can invite Barry Bragg from the board to stay in for the PX session.
Okay. Just another question I had was around the design. Obviously, there's been submissions that people have made to our LTP, particularly from Pacific People's Feedback, which is that obviously the location used to be St. Paul's Church, so the Trinity Pacific Congregation, and it's a pretty important space still, even though it's been acquired. Is there an ability, I mean, what's the ability to have Pacific people's input and I guess engagement in the design as we move forward? Is there a I know that they've done it as an LTP submission and we're going to get a report back, I think, within a month, but just given that we're discussing it today, would it be useful to have something that would pick that up, or is that something that can just be done?
I mean, the short answer is yes, in terms of there's a stakeholder engagement tool that we'll go through, and certainly they have been identified as a group we need to engage with. So the answer is yes, we will go through and do that in terms of the next stages of design to make sure they do have their input.
Okay, and just can I check? Just confirm. There's some staff advice, but the ability for council to say, actually, this location is very expensive. We've spent a fortune. We've still got a lot of infrastructure costs that aren't even attached to the project costs. So if we wanted to do something else with the land and build the stadium at Lancaster Park,
Danny, I'm not going to allow you to go down a line of questioning which you've asked many, many times. The government put a designation on this site.
Right,
It
so
is
the
the
question I had,
Canterbury
though,
Multi-Use
was-
Arena site. I'm not going to allow you to hold up our debate on the development of preliminary design, and I'm not going to allow you to hold that up with irrelevant questions.
so the question that I wanted to ask in terms of the funding
I'm going
agreement.
to rule you out of order, please, Yanni. So if you have a question, otherwise I'm moving on to James Goff.
Can I also just highlight that that question is covered in 4.13 of the report?
Yeah.
As you requested.
What I don't understand, the
I'm
question that I was
not-
trying to
look,
ask.
I'm sorry, I just ruled the set of questions out of order.
Yeah.
The paper itself, in answer to your specific request,
Right.
states why that is not possible.
Yeah,
So
but just-
James,
Sorry, can I just have a separate question, which is, we've got a funding agreement with government. Is there a mechanism, if things change, to make amendments to that? And if so, what would be the process?
It would delay the project significantly. But yes, there is a mechanism to discuss that. But we really do need to move forward with this project. Otherwise, there's significant risks of cost escalation and delay.
thank you, James.
Well, I think this one is relevant though. But when do you think it would be appropriate for the council or shareholder to be told that half the project delivery board resigned and the project director?
Can I just ask,
Not mentioning anyone's names, so it's not a
can I
privacy
just
issue.
ask that we have an opportunity to have a
The project delivery board discussion
yeah.
later.
Yeah, because we've got
It's quite a major one though, and I think it's
Yes, I understand.
somewhat
that.
relevant. But okay,
I understand that.
moving on. I won't. If we're happy to take that offline and get into that later, that's fine. The second one then, I guess, is it's a shame that Christchurch NZ isn't here, because one thing that I think is really pertinent to this is what the economic impact is, or the negative impact from the reduction in seating. You know, I was aware, we're all aware, that Christchurch NZ had recommended a 35,000 seat stadium capacity. So we were already under that at 30,000. Now, preferred recommendation at 25,000. What I'm lacking to be able to consider this, these recommendations, is what the economic impact is to the city of Christchurch as a result of the reduction of capacity.
So you'll remember that was covered off in the investment case, and it is mentioned in the report.
Not for 25,000.
No,
though.
so the investment case was recommended 25,000 seats, and it actually had identified that there wasn't sufficient or significant economic benefit.
But Christchurch NZ recommended 35,000. So 5,000 people is the entire capacity of Te Pai, and that has a reasonable economic impact on Christchurch. But I just don't. Is there anything more that you could flesh out, or is there any sort of economic impact analysis that could be done? Because I don't think that we have enough information on that, and that's probably the entire point of building a multi-use arena, is not because we like watching people kick balls around, it's because of the catalyst effect it has on the local economy and the spend that they provide.
A lot of the, it's probably quite important to note the concert capacity as well. And so with this recommended option, it's set 36,000, which was actually as per.
Yep.
And most of the significant economic impact comes from those large concerts, because a lot of people visit. And so if you look at, well, look at Ed Sheeran in Dunedin, for instance, 3 days in a row, over 100,000 people, $38 million worth of economic impact for the city. 70% of people travelled there, half of them were from Canterbury. And so you see that like those big concerts actually were at 36, were looking pretty good. And I think Christchurch NZ's reference point around the seating capacity for sporting events, the gap between 25 and 30 actually wasn't significant.
So is that 11,000 going to be on the turf? So the difference between the 25 and the 36
About
from
16,000 on the turf.
Okay.
Because of the northern stage pocket, there's no staging on the turf, so it actually takes everything off, so you can actually fit.
Okay. So I guess what I'm really asking then is for the reduction of 5,000 seats, and understanding that that's not going to be at capacity week in, week out. So let's say 2 to 3 times per year. That's 15,000 people. I guess the question I'm asking is, what does 15,000 less people at a major sporting event or major event in general for Christchurch mean on our local economy?
Max. It's one.
No, it's one All Black test, but there's probably 2 to 3 other events where they think that the capacity could be filled.
Because all the rest aren't sporting events. That's the only sporting event that takes us over.
Yes, I know, but the reduction of seats doesn't matter whether it's sporting or a different event. Even if it's E-games, a seat is a seat.
No. They don't make a difference to the other ones, because that remains at 36,000. Yeah.
But if you had 30, so you're telling me that if we went with 30,000 seats, then and that would still mean that the concert capacity is 36,000 either way.
No, so if it's 30,000 seats, you'd get over 40 in the RT2.
So that is my point. But Sarah knows better, and so does the mayor, so that's fine. It was very helpful.
Yeah.
Could I let the experts answer the question?
Well, you were answering it for them too.
Yeah, so sorry. So the concert capacity 36 for the 25,000, but RT2 is actually taking it beyond what the investment case or the post-council resolution was even forecasting. So,
is there an ability to get more of an economic assessment then on what that the reduction, I guess the opportunity cost then from RT1 would mean versus where we were previously? That's fine. I can't get any more from that. My only last one then, if I may, is what work has been done? Like, there's been a heap of work on getting the machete out, I guess, on cutting revenue-generating items. But what work has been done, or what priority has been placed on raising additional funding?
So first of all, that as Carolyn touched on, the actual having the concourse there is a revenue generating item. So it's not cutting.
But no one's
clothes,
recommending
it's
cutting
only
the concourse.
So it would be the other option of reducing
Not
it back
preferred
into
one.
scale. There have been discussions around with the Christchurch Foundation about revenue generating options, and then there is options, and there has been some initial discussion a while ago with the other territorial authorities. The advice that we have received, and Nigel will be able to give more information on that, is largely that we are more likely to get funding contributions for operations, the ongoing operational impact, than the capital.
Okay. Is there scope or is there ability at this juncture to pursue, and I agree that operational funding streams would be incredibly helpful and make a lot of sense, but I guess at this point too, we've got a capital problem. Is there an ability or is there work being done on raising additional capital?
So there's ongoing work, but as I said today, it's really important that a decision is made today, because that's going to move the project forward. Otherwise, the project's in significant risk. So there needs to be a decision today. If you wanted to make a decision and take the risk of an unmet funding gap that we're prepared to take as a risk on potentially more funding, you can do that.
So that would be, and you would do that by, so just so I'm really clear on with the resolutions in the, if the council were to vote against the recommendations that are there, it essentially means that we are at where we're at, where we are over budget and we have a funding gap and we'd be forced to find additional budget.
Yes.
Which may or may not be forthcoming. But,
Right.
okay, thank you.
Sam.
Yeah, thanks, team, and thanks very much for your work. I mean, I'm concerned about the capacity, but I do like the design of your recommendation. The first one is, so just around the 220 million from the government, can you just jog my memory on when that was, that was announced in the run-up to the 17 election, I think, wasn't it?
Yes, but the funding, and I can't quite remember, the funding agreement, to my understanding, wasn't signed off until 2020, from my memory.
Yes,
So,
yeah.
so
But the quantum didn't change, did it, from effectively that announcement in 2017?
The announcement in 2017 was for a $300 million acceleration fund for regeneration.
Yeah.
It was a later decision that apportioned that 300 million into 220 for the multi-use arena,
Yep.
and 40 into ORAC and 40 into existing skirt
So
programs.
that was based on the investment case. So the investment case was submitted to the Crown for the 220 for the Semua, and then two investment cases for the other 240s for other.
I was just looking from 2017 till now, that would be about another 20 million in inflation. So you can kind of see we've been caught out in that sense as well. Just the other one from, so just so I'm really, really clear, and in terms of the staff recommendation there, that design, we can scale up or scale down, can't we? In terms of we effectively just increase the footprint. Yeah, okay.
So yes, so if you scaled up, as you scale up, you're scaling up the price as well as the capacity.
Yeah, okay. And the other one was around, I think it might have been a point you mentioned at the beginning, around the Super Rugby finals. So are they at 25, are they included or excluded?
And in terms of to go through, obviously, certainly around that commentary from Colin Mainsbridge, they believe that they could get 30,000 to a final and to work through. So that's the comment that they've made in terms of, but obviously the rest of the season, the 25 would be doable.
Okay.
But he also talked about in terms of the compromise, if you went to 30,000, what that would impact as well. So the customer experience, the behind glass, and the hosting opportunities were really important to the Crusaders.
So the other thing, and it might be something for PX, is just, and I agree with James in terms of it would be really useful to have Christchurch NZ here, given they are our economic development agency. So that is quite frustrating. But in terms of, I guess, have we done any economic analysis around our seating capacity versus what they've got at Forsyth Bar? And because we talk about competitive advantage, we've obviously got the roof as well. But what's the implication of us effectively going to 25 versus them having another 5,000? Could you just touch on that?
Yeah, so look, there are advantages in Christchurch infrastructure, obviously, and so it's more challenging to get to Dunedin, particularly for international travel, etc. And we have better, hotels and better city infrastructure. Sorry, then. But in terms of the actual competitive advantage, 30,000 is going to be a better proposition. You're going to sell more tickets, which is obviously currency to promoters and some sporting codes. But that's where the bid incentive fund comes in, because it's not just capacity that factors for those choices. So there's acoustics, there's guest experience, and the experience for those playing and performing there. And that's where this will be an advantageous stadium. This design is a far improved design altogether.
So if we scaled it up, we'd be even more competitive, I guess. And Leanne, just a signal, I have got some amendments that hopefully Megan's got. So I don't know how you want to.
I haven't seen them, so I
Yeah,
don't
I think
know.
staff were going to advise you before the meeting because we didn't have the informal.
Oh, yeah.
So have you been? I think you've been
If
advised.
that's the one, I thought that was someone else's. So if that's the one, then it
been sent
may
through
not
to
be an
Joe and Megan.
amendment. It might be
Yeah.
a foreshadowed motion. So I need to take advice on
Okay.
it. So I haven't seen it, but I haven't seen the wording of it.
Oh right.
Can you put it?
Um,
I'm happy to second it,
Yeah.
but it really amends what's there. It's quite literally an amendment. It's not a direct negative to that, but up to you.
which one?
If I don't know if Megan wants to put the wording on screen,
This is to. Oh,
it amends aspects of the resolution. So
yeah. Well, look, what I might do is that once we finish it, because I'm suspecting that this is going to have to be a bit of an iterative event. I'm just taking some advice on the Christchurch NZ situation as well. So, and there are probably a couple of other issues. So I'm probably going to adjourn the meeting, and then we'll come back and have more questions, and then we'll go into the PX session, and then we'll come back and have the full debate. So. That's the way I'm sort of seeing things moving, because I don't, and people sometimes sort of comment about informals, but the reality is that informals enable us to deal with a lot of the procedural stuff, or know what procedural stuff is going to advise. I wasn't aware that Christchurch NZ wasn't going to be here, so.
So can we just clarify that, Leanne, that Christchurch NZ?
So just to clarify, in Christchurch NZ, we're going to be here. Lauren Heafy's at home ill in terms
Yes,
of
I
sitting sick,
understand that.
but-
Christchurch NZ is not one person, and I'm just saying that there must be others who can deputise with advice and turn up. Someone senior within the organisation.
I've also got an
I
acting
just
chief
think that would be something that we can sort out. But I didn't really want to have this conversation to hold things up. But so that proposes to increase the capacity, which actually changes it to one of the other options, essentially. So it may well be a foreshadowed motion rather than an amendment.
You're going to get advice
I'm
because
going
it's
to get
just scaling up that
advice,
design.
and then I will rule on the matter, but I will do that after an adjournment. So I'm not going to
that's
do
fine.
it off the top of my head. Thank you.
Just the point of that is, though, Leanne, it's scaling up the staff recommended design with the concourse and everything. So just to be aware of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
it's not changing
But
the
anyway,
design.
I'm going to take advice on it, and I'm going to rule on it. Thank you. So, Pauline, Sarah, and Jimmy.
Thank you. My question, and I'm not sure if you will be able to answer it, but around the esports events, how many of these do you envisage we might be able to get in 1 year? Is it just like one, or would there be likely to be more?
Probably about one a year by 2025, so it's a bit unknown. It's moving pretty quick. But
Excuse me, but you can't be heard by Dawn or anyone if you
come down to the
speak.
mic.
So
Yeah.
you're going to have to
Sorry,
speak
this
into
is
a microphone.
Danny Schroeder, our head of commercial.
apologies.
No, sorry.
Danny from Vineyards Otatahi. Esports is a bit of an unknown in 2025, but if you did one a year, it's not substantial economic benefit, but you wouldn't be looking at 3 or 4 per year
Right, so
until later in the life of the arena.
so pretty much one. Okay, thank you.
That's all good.
Right, we're going to have the acting chief executive and one other from Christchurch NZ here in about 20 minutes, so that's going to be helpful. Thank you. Sarah.
Thanks so much. I'm just looking through at 3.22 and looking at the design and how while the recommendation is to go for the minimum 25,000 at this point, there's going to be some work to try and get that closer to 27,500. That's just within the current design and wouldn't include adding seating into the northern pocket. So that still leaves the northern pocket space free for temporary seating for major sporting events. Is that right?
Yeah.
So if the design work managed to get to 27,500, we would still be able to put an additional few thousand of temporary seats in that concert pocket at the northern end for example, an All Blacks test, potentially.
Yeah, well, if you think of it as the whole capacity. Now,
Yeah.
Now, it's yet to be determined how many of those seats would be temporary.
Okay.
Seats that you could retract
Yeah.
or permanent. The next phase of design, that's why the next phase of design is so important. That's where we're going to find those answers.
Yeah.
So if you think of the paper and the recommendation is talking about a minimum capacity, a guaranteed minimum capacity with the intent to increase that.
Yeah. So
But
the
just to be-
guaranteed minimum would be permanent seating.
No, just to be absolutely clear, if you want to have 25 permanent and an additional 5,000 temporary, you are increasing the capacity and that's increasing the price.
The scale.
So you cannot get additional temporary seats into this.
No, I'm
at
just
that
thinking
price.
for later. So if we were doing
Future
what it
it's
is.
it's all about the scale of, and perhaps we it might
footprint.
be good
I'm just
to-
thinking about that northern pocket that is going to be sort of a carved out space for a stage. Is that going to be
in
part
sports
of
mode
the
that would have seats in it
in sports
that
mode it
would
would have
make up the
already have okay, no,
25,000.
that's good. It's not clear. Thanks. Yeah.
Jimmy?
My question is follow Sarah's question, particularly if we review the staff recommendation, paragraph 1.c and paragraph 2. I just want to know, if based on these criteria, finally the preliminary the design, there's a alternative or just one version, because it will minimize 25,000 seats for the sports, those seats. However, you mean it's minimum, probably up to the, if 3.22 is up to the 27,500 seats, whether it's two different versions, then presented to the council, make final decision, or just definitely just 25,000 seats
So-
within those specific budget.
We need to move into preliminary design with one set of fundamentals. We can't spend time doing two designs.
Yes.
We need to concentrate. The team need to be able to concentrate on moving forward into the next design phases with one set of fundamentals. And as they do that, they will get more clarity around capacity and other factors. But we can't come back. We can't work with two more designs going in tandem. It
If
is
that's true, why
one-
we need the paragraph, put on the paragraph 2 in here, why?
What was that?
What's the rationale for put on the paragraph 2 in here?
So that's about
1C can cover this one, 1C, paragraph 1C.
So 1C, yes, so 1C is about the minimum capacity. As the preliminary design is developed, with that minimum, it may be as it's worked through, they may be able to find ability to get more seating in that, but we can't do another design in parallel. So it's one thing going into design, and as the work's done around that, they may be able to work out more seating capacity.
You've got it bang on there, Mary. It needs to go into PD, preliminary design, to start to understand the fundamental design details, which will allow you flexibility in your seating layouts, and they've got to be developed through that next phase. And the intent is to try and squeeze more seats in if we can. That's the intention.
Okay. Sorry, Mayor. A second question regarding to the paragraph 5. Here the budget include the estimate 3% escalation. So this one is within the specific budget or is additional budget in an annual basis.
So that's at the moment the cost has got a 3% escalation factored in there.
Yes.
By the time it comes back to the D&C contract,
Yes.
that will there'll be more clarity. So the price estimate at the moment includes the fact that there may be across the life of this project or to the midpoint of this project a 3% escalation. But we have alerted you to the fact of there's very varying advice about where that escalation's going to go over the next years, and it could be anywhere as 6 to 7%. But at the moment, we have factored in a 3%. We've allowed in the costings for a 3% escalation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I've got Melanie and Aaron and Anne.
If the cost was to escalate beyond the 3%, either through a decision today made by councillors or in time, where do you envisage that we might actually find extra money if it actually ends up being required?
So, there will be some money in the contingency of this project. If it moves beyond the contingency, that will be an unbudgeted issue that council will need to address. There are that could be addressed through an amended annual plan, because by the time we're at the DNC phase, we're getting quite close to have actually built the annual plan next year, or there would need to be other ways. So that would need to be looked at from across the capital program to see if there was capacity to fund that gap. But you are not, so again, you're not committing today. You don't commit until the DNC contract comes back, which is forecast for March, but with this delay may be a bit late, maybe later April, May.
Aaron?
Yes, just a couple of follow-on questions from a couple of James Goff's points around the economic modelling. How many bed nights can Christchurch take currently, and with the size of the stadium, does that affect some of the unbuilt hotels that are yet to land in Christchurch, and also the ones like the Hilton down the road here, which is sitting as a really ugly shell in the middle of town until something triggers it to go? How many of those projects so has someone done that modelling to go, hey, once we're at this number, all of these other projects will go?
If I may, can I suggest we answer that question when Christchurch and Z are here in the room?
Okay,
at that point.
That one would be great. And also for the concourse, increased experience, increased spend, has the modelling been changed now based on Venues O Tuatahi's sourcing model of mostly, by far majority, local products? So not just venues selling a lot of product and making money themselves, but the economic impact across the entire community because you now buy so much more locally. Has that number changed as its value to the city?
Yeah. So we haven't done the modelling by way of the city impact, so the broader economic impact, but we have reflected the in-house model as well as local procurement in the analysis of the investment case.
Right,
and the design of.
So that does play into the overall Canterbury model?
Yes.
Okay, which is not just Christchurch as well. And then finally, on the if extra money needs to be found, would the government not be open to the conversation, given that these are COVID impacts and they had set aside all that money for COVID impacts for New Zealand? This is a big part of New Zealand going forward economically. Would there not be a strong case for some of the funding to come from the unspent fund that our country's borrowed?
So at the moment, the funding agreement identifies the contribution the Crown's prepared to make at 220. It does give scope for, if council determined that they wanted to move some of the other 80 million that's been allocated to water and transport, that you would be able to do that. So if you wanted to get more Crown money, you would have to get it out of that overall 300 million envelope.
So
that would mean you would have to divert funding that you've already got on your capital program for those other areas. But I think that the Crown would think that they have made their contribution and it's covered in the funding agreement.
But they had made that in a pre-COVID world. Like, I'm sure that contract was signed without the possibility of a global pandemic being on the cards that might affect commodity prices, because every country in the world's treated it like a GFC and started printing money. So, of course, everything's gone up in price. So, therefore, it's a COVID impact.
So I was just highlighting in the report, agenda under 9.8 to 9.10 talks about some of the mitigations and the strategies around escalation costs, where it talks about further advice on mitigation strategies being sought, and in terms of if greater escalation occurs, funding may be needed to sought to cover the shortfall. I guess in terms of we've got a bit of work to do in that space, given we've been working quite hard on this over the last 4 to 5 weeks. So
Potentially everything's on the table.
Yes.
There's a project that the Crown's building for us. Presumably, they've got they've got cost escalations applying to them as well. Have they asked us to increase the contribution? No. I mean, I'm just saying that there might be more to that debate than meets the eye.
Yeah,
One
so
hand.
that's right. I think they would see that.
All right. Anne.
Yeah, kia ora, and thank you for the clear and comprehensive information that you provided for us this morning, but also through this whole process. Really appreciated. A couple of questions. In terms of future-proofing, Caroline, you've talked about future-proofing for the different kind of events that we'll be seeing going forward, which is great. In the design process now, can we future-proof for growth in terms of Christchurch will grow, the area will grow, we'll have increased need for capacity. Can we incorporate that in the design process now to be activated in the future?
Not without a cost. It would add additional cost because it's actually about the structure you put in the ground, and it's also about the structure that you put up, the steel structure. And I'm very mindful that I'm probably the least qualified person in the room to be answering these questions. So at some point you may want to ask B6 WAPAC some questions who are really the international experts on that. So if I give any misinformation, do you want to?
It may be that after the adjournment, Mary, because I want to have a discussion about who we can bring to the table to ask some of these questions in the public arena, and what questions are best directed in the PX environment. So but I'm very keen to hear from them, but I just wanted to take some advice about how we structure that. So if that's okay, Sarah.
Thanks. Just looking at 3.19 with the expected average attendance of the different types of events that we're going to be getting. And this was in the investment case originally. And this was, to get this right, this was put together, the expected attendance by those people who work in those fields. Is that right? So it's a sort of based on sort of historic attendance plus also future looking forward, but with the agencies and the other people who run these events?
Yes, yeah. So the investment case was built using another stadium as a model, as well as the input from that state. It was V-based, but now Venues Otautahi.
So I look at the expected average attendance for the majority of the expected events that will take place. And I know, and this is for Venues Otautahi, this is you talking a lot about that visitor experience and the impact of that. What would be the impact of having a much larger stadium when if you've got, say, 30,000 permanent seating in there, when you've got a concert of 10,000 or a super rugby or a domestic rugby that's only got a half full stadium? What does that do to the visitor experience and the likelihood of people coming back again and spending more money?
Yeah, well, obviously the full bowl for a sporting event is going to add to the atmosphere and add to the experience, and that's why that 25 to 30 is a really good sweet spot for seating capacity. When you think about a reduced mode, and that's what the advantage in the design is actually to be able to have a reduced mode. So, for instance, that 10 to 15,000 concert, the design is actually supporting the ability to close off part of the bowl, which will give that atmosphere and that guest experience.
Yeah, but for the sporting event, you can't do that, can you?
No.
No, it's the whole bowl.
Yeah.
And so for Super Rugby games where we might be getting mostly until the finals, for example, we might only be getting between 15 and 20,000. Adding an extra 5,000 empty seats doesn't add to the atmosphere, does it?
That doesn't add
No.
to it. No.
Thanks.
Mike? Yeah.
Thanks. Just touching on what Anne was talking about, Christchurch and New Zealand obviously has had a growing population for some time. Have we seen a parallel increase in spectators at sporting events at the same time?
It's a really tricky one to answer with the impact of COVID in terms of the impact that that's had on the sporting.
I'm sorry, I'm looking further than just over the last year or so, but like historically, our population has grown. What has the attendance at sporting events been in stadiums across New Zealand over the last, say, 20 years? Have they increased with the population growth? Have they stayed steady, or have they actually decreased?
I think in terms of it's a quite complicated to go through. Obviously, Christchurch scenario, we have a temporary stadium that's impacted that. When you look across the country, there's a number of factors that go into how many people attend to sporting, from price, ticket price, through to yield, through to what's happening at the time. So in terms to answer whether it's increased, certainly you look at the most recent games of the All Blacks, they haven't been full in terms to go through. So I can't answer specifically because there's so many different criteria you go through, but certainly if you look at the size of the different stadiums that are around the country, that sweet spot is around that 25 to go through, and you look in terms of Eden Park with its capacity to try and compete with that, when you know that if there's a significant major event that's coming to New Zealand for 50,000 seats, that's where it's going.
Okay. And I guess just touching on if we looked at increasing the stadium to 30,000 seats plus the concourse, so what was the budget going to be for that?
So that's the one in the base case.
Yeah.
So there's been some work on value managing that. So I think at the moment it was sitting at about 88 million.
Okay.
But we can cover that in PX because there's also some advice with the RT1, what the impact it would be to increase that as well. So we can do that.
And it's about the expectation, I guess, for that increase in the stadium to 5,000 for obviously quite a large sum. It's about one extra event, you may get an extra 5,000 people a year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Look, I'm just going to adjourn the meeting for, say, I'm sort of saying 15 or 20 minutes. So I just want to take some advice on a range of factors. So maybe if we reconvene at, 10 to, okay. So 10 to 11. So that's time for people to go off and get a coffee, and I'll just convene a smaller meeting out the back with our legal advisors, etc. Thank you. their seats. Sorry, that took a little bit longer than I had anticipated. Thank you. Right, so what took the longest was the question of the amendment, which is being circulated to councillors, and the purpose of the paper is to reduce the current design brief, which was set at 30,000 seats. It was 25 permanent and 5 temporary, and this paper reduces that number to 25. So the argument that an amendment putting it at 30,000 was the opposite of what the paper was intended to achieve. However, I've taken legal advice on the matter, and so therefore I am accepting this as an amendment to the resolution. But I did want to advise why it took some time to persuade me that this was the appropriate course of action.
Well, speaking from history, I'm grateful you've accepted it as an amendment. So.
Thank you. And there are a number of issues that we're going to deal with in PX, and I'm not saying that Christchurch NZ will only present in PX, but I want their first presentation to be in PX because they can give us some intel in terms of the pipeline of events and give us a very good understanding of the potential of the multi-use arena in the context of what they know is potentially on the cards. So, and I'd like to give them that opportunity to present in PX for that reason. It is, yeah, and then I think we can still have a public session, but I just wanted them to be able to speak freely without fear of losing something. We've all seen what happens when people speak publicly about things that haven't been secured, and then we lose them. So anyway, so that's one thing. However, what I am very keen to do is to have our team up from B6 WAPAC and the Kortui team. So, and there they are, magically appeared at the end of the table. And Mary, did you want to just make some introductory comments so that councillors know who's here?
Great. So we've just invited the team up, and I'll leave it to them to introduce themselves. What I'd like to ask is if there's questions around pricing and overall costs, that we discuss that first in PX, because we don't want to jeopardise our commercial position, their commercial position, or the position with the supply chain. So this can be some general discussion. We will then go into PX and talk about costs and money impacts, and then come out of PX when we have confirmed that. But we don't want to have questions that impact on any party's commercial position in the public arena.
Thank you.
By means of introduction, Brian Hayes is Construction Director for B6 WAPAC, and Gilbert Gervais is the Technical Director for B6 WAPAC, and you know me. So we're open to questions from...
Right, so questions. Yanni.
Thank you. I mean, I just obviously really impressed with the expertise that that the external parties are bringing to this project. I was just really trying to get a high level sense of any sort of the future of stadiums in terms of design, and also particularly in light of COVID. Like, have you seen any trends, or is there anything that's emerging that you think we should be aware of as we move through this process?
Yeah, certainly. I guess contact, how people arrive, ticketing, that sort of stuff in terms of specific COVID. I think there was a comment about crowd trends. I think you need to put that outside of COVID because it's a pandemic. People aren't allowed. It's a lawful action to not attend sporting events. I'm sure people would like to attend. But what we have noticed on the event of Sky Sport, Fox Sports, all those broadcasters, streaming, the content that people can get on their smart TVs is extreme. Get expert commentary, live, follow track players and all that sort of stuff. So when you put that product in front of somebody, and then yes, you can buy a 100-inch TV with an add-on and do all that sort of stuff, it does focus people's attention. Oh, do I need to then get out of my home, get changed, get on public transport, get in my car, travel, pay for a ticket, go there and then go home, when I can do it all from home, eat my own food, watch my own TV and have my own bathroom. So that's the thing. I've generally seen that crowds, for that very reason, have reduced. And you probably have seen when you're watching games that crowd numbers. You take, for example, the AFL in Australia. It's a religion in Victoria, but they've been losing crowd numbers. So where you may fill out the MCG quite regularly, crowds are certainly down. And state governments have produced very large stadiums in the 60,000. You will not fill that very often. If they get the AFL grand final or semi-final, yes, that is issue. So the point is that as an organisation and as a community, you need to determine what is your sweet spot. What is your everyday running an event that you need to be targeting and is most beneficial for the region? But it's certainly crowds have been getting smaller.
And I think that the fan experience is key to get people off their couch to come and watch a game or an event. And that's why I think the recommended scheme RT1 has that more enhanced fan experience with level 1 concourse.
I had actually somebody approach me and say that the Australian stadiums are different because you come in at a higher level and you're looking down, you can see the whole stadium. So, it's subjective, but it's sort of proven that a lot of the major stadiums do have a level 1 concourse.
And just a second question from me is, like, there was I don't know if you've seen the initial design that there was a trust set up called the Multi-Purpose Arena Trust, but certainly from what I've seen from stadiums around the world and from what they presented, is the idea of trying to get synergy with other projects, whether it's hotels, car parking buildings, office space. Their one, for example, had like the convention centre called the Exhibition Centre and had public transport. Have you been sort of open to considering any possible synergy with anything else happening in the space that might increase the ability to either save costs because we're not doing it somewhere else or to raise additional revenue?
Look, I think the projects you're looking at are multi-billion-dollar projects and are specific. I think there was a comment related to about the location of the site. It's been proven that many of the stadiums and arenas that we've done have aimed to move the arena closer to the CBD. That provides the benefit for businesses that are associated. So forget about the actual physical event, forget about it there. What you want to try to create is an experience from woe to go. So if people can move through the CBD, the businesses associated there, the restaurants, the bars and the like can go through there, they filter to the arena, they have a good experience in there, and then they go out and through there. So actually locating it close to already existing infrastructure is probably the best scenario. So moving it close to the CBD does that. You've got the bus interchange, you've got existing roads, you've got existing infrastructure, and the facilities are there. Hotels and that, yes, Adelaide Oval built a new hotel which was semi-attached to the venue. That was a corporate deal done by a private developer with agreement to the state. So we're not party to those sort of agreements. That would have to be something outside the project fund, because that's certainly outside our scope.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Sam?
Yeah, thank you. That was really useful. I'm just trying to get a steer, or I'd be grateful for a steer, given your experience, on the appropriate composition of permanent seating versus temporary seating. And so looking at the recommendation, there's 25,000 all up. How does that sit with, I guess, your experience and looking if we were to scale up RT1 to 30, ideally where would you like to see that sit? Could you give me some thoughts on that?
Again, it falls back to your sort of sweet spot and the event coverage. You can sort of see in the business case that there's only a specific number of cases where you would get above 20,000. You're certainly well covered for, as Caroline mentioned, for the concerts. You're covered for that. 36,000 is a very large concert even within the Australian market. Sorry to keep referring back to the Australian market. That's where I'm from. But yeah, it's the sweet spot. So I think you got that covered. Most of the events there. Look, we've done, I guess one of the things that we sort of brought in is that we've done a lot of regional stadiums. Our last job was North Queensland, Townsville. We've done 2 stadiums on the Gold Coast. The 25,000 mark is sort of our capacity. So the Gold Coast, if you have a look, they had a state of origin there, which was Robina, the home of the Titans. That's 25,000. That is probably a good size that, from a capital point of view, represents the best fit for a regional area.
So, sorry, do you mean 25 permanent?
25 is a total capacity. How that's made up is not a real matter. When you have a look at it, I guess the point I was making is that when you look at the numbers in the business case, most of the events that cover the vast majority of the percentage is 20,000 and below. So I think if that's what you're seeing within the market, that needs to happen. And for example, North Queensland, we've done 25,000 permanent, but they don't fill that at all. None of the NRL games are getting up there. The Broncos versus North Queensland, they had 22,000 through there. Yes, they were lucky enough, and I'll put this out, that the state government actually paid quite a lot of money to get the state of origin up at North Queensland Stadium. Yes, that was a sellout, but yes, they don't get, their average crowd is sort of 15,000.
Right, and just the only other one is around, I guess, like forecast population growth. So what considerations sit behind a growing population? And obviously you've talked about the changing in technology, which may drive or offset that, but do you have a view on that?
Certainly, I guess the problem is you can only deal with a situation as you see fit. Populations do grow, but they also grow via diversity. So it doesn't necessarily tend that population growth means that you need a bigger arena because of the diversity. Do people want to go there for sporting events, or do they want to go for concerts, or there's a diverse mix. But look, population growth doesn't necessarily, yes, once you get to a major capital city and it represents, I guess, a major population over several millions, I think you need to get to that level of growth before you then start looking at any other major infrastructure.
I think also to add to that, the expected population growth, the life of the venue, and you can see the crowd capacities that are there at the moment for the events. There's only probably 1 or 2 events, or one event that's reaching max capacity. So what's the expected population growth over the next 20 to 50 years, and what impact that has? I think when you look at the average crowd capacities, the arena still is fit for purpose for its life.
And I don't think we answered one question you mentioned about upscaling. The point is about the capital cost really just comes down to sheer scale. The bigger you make, every square metre of area, concrete, steel, whatever, just adds to the cost. So you've just got to weigh that argument very carefully about how far, based on how much public money you want to commit versus the ongoing benefit of it. And like I said, I think for the area and it currently is, it probably does represent a fair investment to what you've got now. I think you have diminishing returns the larger you get.
Do you want to talk about the experience of, the drip line rather than the enclosed stadium? Because I guess you've got a lot of experience in the other one.
Yeah. Drip line is, for those who may not know, drip line is a term which is a theoretical line dropping vertically down from the edge of the roof. So if you're below the drip line, in theory, and this is all about perception, you're undercover. But I believe wind gets involved sometimes. So, you do get wet under the drip line and all that sort of stuff. Look, I think if you ask certain people, look, there is not too many venues in Australia that are covered. There is Marvel Stadium that's got a retractable roof. Apart from that, they're all drip line. And look, if you ask people, they would get a better experience if they were covered. I've certainly been to see Australia get flogged by the All Blacks at Marvel Stadium, and the roof was closed because it was raining. It certainly represented a much better game than if it was downpour. So I think everybody experienced a much better, and certainly we were much more comfortable not being in the rain.
Yeah, sorry. And will there be an opportunity, probably in PX, to just ask around some of the financials of
financials?
Yeah.
So all the financial questions we'll deal with there. Has anyone else got some questions? No? Okay. Look, thank you very much for assisting. So I think that at this stage I'll move that we go into or we exclude the public for the purposes of having this broader discussion. Seconded by Sarah. Is there any discussion? No, I want Christchurch NZ to give a first presentation in the PX session. Oh, sorry.
So can we include them in the
Christchurch
resolution?
NZ? Yeah, cool. Sorry, I had assumed that they were there. And it's B6 Watpac rather than Westpac.
That might help.
It was a funding
Freudian
proposal. Right.
You can do with them though.
Okay. Is there any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you very much. Okay. Well, we'll try and let those that have a broader interest know how long this will take when we've got a better idea. So, thanks very much. thank you all. Welcome back. And thank you to everyone for bringing us to this point. I just wanted to acknowledge the Christchurch NZ and say thank you to you for coming down and making some very valuable points to us, and noting that you had to make care arrangements for a sick child, alternative care arrangements at short notice, the trials and tribulations of a working mum. So I'd just like to thank you personally very much for making that effort, having seen the live stream of the meeting this morning. So another good thing about live streaming meetings. So now we move on to the council resolution that's before us and the amendment as well. I did want to note that as a result of looking at the amendments, the mover, myself, and the seconder would like to accept one of those amendments into the actual resolution, which is to change. Can we scroll up? Oh, sorry, I just wanted to change one word from, I wanted to change an item, scroll up. No, the other way, sorry, down. Where is it? Oh, yeah, note that the council has requested a report to the August meeting of the Finance and Performance Committee. So it will, rather than the September meeting, there will be a report to the August meeting of the Finance and Performance Committee regarding future project structure and processes. So that's been moved and seconded, the motion and the amendment has been moved and seconded. We will have one debate, and then I will put the amendments, and then I will put the motion. So I'll open up the debate. Today's meeting's actually a very fundamentally, it's a fundamentally important decision that we need to make. We need to approve a design direction for the Canterbury multi-use arena in an effort, I believe, to minimise a multi-million-dollar cost increase to the Central City's final anchor project. And that's what it is. This dates back to 2013 when two parties, the Crown and the Council, sat together and negotiated a cost-sharing agreement. Arising from that cost-sharing agreement came a series of obligations. And one of those is to build this arena. I think when it was originally designed, it was designed as a stadium. And we said that we didn't want a stadium for our city. We wanted more than that. We needed a multi-use arena, something that we could sort of take to the future in a way that a stadium might otherwise limit us. And so today is about recognising the reality of the impact of the global pandemic, which has had global impacts. In other words, the cost escalations these have caused are not unique to this project. These costs have escalated worldwide as a result of the pandemic. I'm sure they have impacted Te Pai and Parakiori, our Metro Sports facility, and it will have impacted private sector developments as well. I'm noting that I can't see progress that we would have expected to see on the balance of the convention centre site. It's not surprising. I'm not surprised by that at all. I get it. I understand why you wouldn't be proceeding with that part of that development today. We had the same choices that all of those have made: look for more funding, or make a change to the scale that keeps it within budget, or put it on hold. The other three options that others have looked at and considered, and this is the only one of the decisions that's actually being taken in the public arena. So none of the others that are involved in any sort of decision making, central government and more broadly in the private sector, these are choices that boards sit down and make after having considered all of the elements that one has to take into account. And it's the fact that our processes are transparent and accountable that brings a high level of public scrutiny. And I welcome that. It's a good thing. But I think people need to understand that these are decisions that are being taken all around the country and all around the world because of the reality of what we face. There are always trade-offs when we face a decision like this, but for me personally, and I will speak personally on this, this is a better option for the future of our city. I love the fact that it's more intimate, if 25,000 can look intimate. I love the fact that it has a smaller footprint for that reason. And the experience of the people who will go there will be much better. I invited my colleagues to look at the O2 Arena, which I saw in London. It is massive. I thought it must be way more than 25,000 seats because of what I had by way of impression of scale. It's 20,000, the capacity of the O2 Arena. This will be, as I said, the cost-sharing agreement was signed in 2013. This will be opened a decade later. Things have changed. We heard from several people that attendance at sports events is declining all around the world, and this was pre-COVID. So it's the experience. What is going to attract people away from the comfort of their home, their own home, where they can have events live streamed up close and personal, and we have and we see the development of esports as well, and what that might mean for the future. So we have really listened to what is a better visitor experience, and I do agree with my colleague that raises challenges in terms of what is the analysis that goes, the costs that go into bidding for some of these things. But I would rather have a great venue with lots of features that will attract people, not only to our city, but to those that live here, an incredible asset for the future. So I will hand it over for anyone else. Sam.
Thanks, Leanne, and it does make it difficult to disagree with you with a few of those points. I guess I just wanted to signal to the council the amendments that James Goff and I have put forward, which I hope will be supported. And we do that, in the sense that I still have genuine concerns about the capacity of the stadium. I think we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get this right. This is a 100-year asset in our city, so even if there is a blowout, and we're kidding ourselves if we think that there wouldn't have been a blowout on the original anyway. I think we need to be really realistic about this and get it right and do it once. I think, a couple of the amendments, and it'll be useful in time to scroll through so that the public on the live stream can see them, are really about approaching our neighbouring councils and the Crown for money. This is no different in a sense to potentially the museum, where the other neighbouring councils get the benefit from it, but time and time again, the ratepayers of Christchurch pick up the tab. The other point to note is around the Crown contribution, and this was the 220 was an election issue in 2017. I jumped onto an online calculator and typed in the CPI, so not the construction price index, just the CPI, and there's an $18 million movement in that 220 since we began in 2017. So I think it's entirely appropriate that we go back using the leverage we have between now and March to get more funds from the government to sort this out. If we put it in context, we blew the town hall out by $40 million, and we can make amendments to that as we can. Once this is in the ground, it's in the ground and we have to live with it. Our population's growing substantially, and I actually hope it continues to increase. I think that's really good for the South Island and for Christchurch. We need to forward plan like we talk about in other areas of the council. It would be an incredibly wasted opportunity if we weren't bold as a council prepared to take on additional risk, use some leverage over our neighbouring councils and the Crown, and get to a sensible solution. I quite like the approach that the staff have come up with in conjunction with our stakeholders around the RT1 design, and our proposal simply scales that up by 5,000. I think it's a really pragmatic solution, and there will be risk associated with it, but we do live in the real world. I really hope that people look to support this. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I think for a council that does talk quite often about being bold, we should do so today.
Sarah?
Thanks so much, and thanks to everyone who's put in so much work over the last sort of 6 weeks or so to bring this to us. I'm not generally a huge stadium fan, but if we're going to build one, and we are, then it does need to be fit for purpose. And I think it's not simply a case at this stage of scaling it up by an extra 5,000 for what is perceived to be a necessity with a growing population. That actually equates to simply scaling it up by $88 million, not just 5,000 seats, as we've heard today. Not against approaching others for funding, that's for sure, but I don't think that doing it ahead of or having a resolution that K has a cut-off date is going to be a useful one, and I'd be happier if that cut-off date was removed by the movers there. I'm really comfortable with the staff recommendation, even without the amendments, and the advice that we've had, the very, very clear advice of experts in stadium design and operation, of economic potential and affordability. There's a really clear case here of perception versus reality, and the reality is that as population has been increasing, the actually sports crowds have been decreasing, and we do need to build a multi-use arena that is fit for a future, not fit for the past. So I'm really happy today to go with the staff recommendation to build a fit-for-purpose stadium, but not a gold-plated one that will have an amazing atmosphere, one that will have an amazing visitor experience, and one that will make people want to come back again and again. Really pleased to see here that for the first time we have a really clear identification of some of the environmental costs of the stadium, and in 6 here it does talk about the fact that simply building the stadium, such a large facility, will increase the carbon footprint of our city, but that through design, through the design process, through the materials, through the construction and the ongoing operation of the stadium, we have asked Kortui to make sure that the carbon is measured and actively reduced through that process. So I'm really pleased to see that that is there, and really hoping to see that as things progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine.
I just want to thank everyone involved for this project's been a long time coming. I just wanted to mention with the amendment, and I completely agree with it, and I will be voting for the amendment. When we think about RT1 being scaled up by a seating of 5,000, it's been mentioned by a member that it's scaled up by 88 million. I know we can't discuss much of the budget because most of it was done in PX, but I don't believe that is a correct figure. And even if it was believed to be $88 million, we do have to consider the fact that this is an asset, as mentioned by Councillor McDonald, of 100 years. And in terms of that context, I think we do have to be bold enough to be able to make that decision and actually say that it is a need for the facility. So I will be voting for the amendment.
Sorry, Pauline and then Aaron.
Yeah, look, I'd just like to support actually everything that you've said, Leanne. I think you put it really succinctly, so I won't speak for too long. I think that the option that we've been given to allow staff to continue with this work at a reduced scope, 25,000 seats rings true to me. I think it's great. Possibly could get up to 27.5 plus the 5. That's fantastic for Christchurch. I think it's really good. And the key thing for me here is not to delay. Anything we do, like including this amendment, will equal delay. And I think it's imperative we hear from Christchurch, whether you believe or not that we need an arena, we're getting one. We've agreed to do it, let's do it. So I'm going to support the staff recommendation, and I'm sorry I can't support the amendment today.
Aaron.
I will support the amendment. I think it's the prudent thing to do. Like the Mayor said, there's a lot of the cost changes have come due to COVID. The government has a fund for COVID costs to New Zealand. This stadium is an asset to New Zealand, not just the Canterbury region. And I believe our fellow councils have an obligation to be part of this. We should at least invite them into the tent for a conversation around that, because that 5,000 extra seats has a spillover effect to those councils for bed demand in the city when major events are on, so they will benefit from it financially. So we should at least have the courtesy to give them the opportunity to say yes or no to the size of the stadium and be part of that conversation. And also for the government, which no doubt is looking for opportunities to put some of that loaned money into things that will create productivity throughout the country, rather than a lot of it being dead money. It would be good to put it into some stuff that has a longer term economic benefit to this region and to our entire country. So that's why I think we should explore it and explore ways to get that funding. And yes, some sports are selling less tickets, especially when there's saturation in the market, but there are plenty of sports teams and leagues around the world that still sell out. Try getting Lakers tickets next time you go to LA. They start at $100, they average at $736 US for a ticket, and they sell out. So when sports marketed properly, you can fill your stadiums.
Okay, Anne and then Andrew.
Just to quote from the report, I think it's critical that our contractors be given design directions and instruction to move. We need to give them the green light to go for this. It's critical that they have certainty, and we need to get on with it. I think many of the issues that we've talked about today have been canvassed over many months, and thank you to staff and everybody involved for their patience. And many of the issues we've gone over many times. I think Gilbert from Kōtui talked about the sweet spot, and I think that's important to really emphasise that what we're seeing here in this recommendation from staff is something that provides economic benefit. It is the visitor experience will be over and above what other places will offer, and the capacity is realistic. I think that we do have population growth, but we've heard that numbers are declining, and as people are not coming to events, they're going to be sitting at home in the comfort of their home. So I think that I'm comfortable with that we don't have to think about designing for growth. And I think if we think about 5,000 extra seats and a cost of 88 million, something like that, I'm not sure if that's fiscally responsible. So I'm very much supportive of the staff recommendation, and I won't be supporting the amendments.
We've got Andrew, Jake and James.
Thank you. This is an interesting debate. The amendments that have been put forward by Sam and James advocate $88.8 million worth of unbudgeted extra spend. And it's interesting that this amendment's been put forward by and supported by the very same councillors who have previously advocated restraint and previously proposed a 0% rates increase. It's totally incompatible. Boldness, yes. Risk, yes. $88.8 million worth of it. And as inconvenient as it might be, I do believe the figures in the papers, not least because we've had the opportunity to question them further today. And of course, the risk of significant delay, which has also been noted. So I'm not willing to take the risk of creating a significant funding gap, nor am I willing to underwrite the unbudgeted cost. I think that would be poor fiscal responsibility and really poor governance. And I'm also not willing to do anything that causes delay, because to do so would be totally disingenuous to those that have already made investments. Since the blueprint was issued, since the cost share agreement was signed, significant investment decisions have been made based on the expectation that this facility would go ahead, and in fact, that it would happen much earlier than it is doing now. It surprises me again that those who would normally support a good outcome for the business community are now proposing these amendments that carry a significant and real risk of delay.
I've got no problem with talking to neighbours and the regional council about an additional funding contribution, but I'm not comfortable doing that in the context of an $88 million additional spend. I see no reason why those conversations can't happen anyway, and I assume that that's what Amendment 8 intends. Amendment 9 would take money away from roading and water, areas that we gave significant priority to in the LCP that we only signed off a month ago. I'm just not willing to take money off those for 5,000 seats in a stadium, which will be used maybe once a year, that we've heard repeatedly this morning, and in fact as we've gone into the afternoon, are not necessary. So I support the recommendation in front of us. There's no justifiable reason to spend 88 million on 5,000 seats that'll be required on just a small number of occasions, maybe just once a year. The staff recommendation is what's right for Christchurch, but what's more right for Christchurch is to confidently make this decision to approve something which is able to be implemented without the risk of delay, and more to the point, do that confidently and get on with it.
Jake?
I won't be supporting the uncertainty and the cost that these amendments will almost certainly mean. Businesses in my ward actually deserve certainty after how long this has taken. And regardless of where you fall today on the issue of the stadium, I think now that it is going to be built, we have a responsibility to govern that project well, and that's what getting on with it and doing it and voting for the staff recommendation here allows us to do. I also think the people of Christchurch deserve better than councillors who think they understand the economics of stadiums but are really just chasing something resembling a large white elephant. And let's be clear, what these councillors want to do, and they even specify it right there in number 9, is to spend an additional $88 million, which will come no doubt from libraries, from pools and from roads.
And cycleways. Yeah.
Look, where I will support Councillor MacDonald and Councillor Goff, though, is in talking to neighbouring councils and the regional council. The regional council have the absolute power and ability to help to enable, I should say, Waimak and Selwyn to contribute to this regional facility, and they should be doing that, because at the moment those councils are getting a free ride from our ratepayer, which I don't think is good enough.
James?
Thanks. Look, the business case states 30,000 seats. So what the amendment proposes is 30,000 seats, not down speaking to 25,000. So I think the argument's a bit backwards when it says about not shortchanging businesses. Any person that's put their money where their mouth is and invested in the city was reading a business case for 30,000 seats. So the amendment is exactly for that. What you're debating right now and potentially going to support is down-specking it to 25,000 seats. Look, everyone is also familiar with the expression that capital expenditure costs less than operational expenditure, and that's because, sorry to tell you how to suck eggs because you know this, but it's because we borrow for it and spread that cost over 30 years. But to put this into perspective, and as a number of councils have alluded to, we're not going to have citizens going to a new multi-use arena at year 31. This is going to be here for 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 years. So I do hope that time frame puts this legacy project into perspective, that this is going to benefit Christchurch and the wider Canterbury region for literally generations to come. The reason we've put this amendment is because the preferred proposal to reduce the scope is being done to meet the budget. And I think, in my personal opinion, that's trying to find an answer to the wrong question. My preference is not to reach for the machete at this point, but instead to look to increase the budget to retain what we have said that we were going to do. It's essentially RT1 with 30,000 seat capacity plus the concourse instead of the proposed reduction to 25,000 seats. I think that at this critical juncture, this provides a unique and golden opportunity to secure that additional funding commitment that we should have done, be it operational or capital. We have a regional council with a Canterbury-wide rater base that has got enormous debt headroom, and they're on the hunt for assets. 2 LTPs ago, we had Sam Broughton submitting to us, saying that they understood the enormous benefit that this facility would bring to the region, and they were more than happy to talk about funding. We have a government that has an unspent COVID response fund, $190 million that was spent on the America's Cup, which now isn't going ahead. My point is we have opportunities and leverage galore, and now is the time to take it, not to shortchange future generations and instead fund and build this properly today. So cutting the items that generate revenue, i.e. seats, cuts that diminish our competitive advantage, cuts that diminish our ability to be taken seriously for securing test status of a tier 1 standing, cuts that reduce the amount of numbers of people visiting Christchurch and spending money here. This reduction in scope does bring the budget down, but it certainly comes at a cost, and my belief is that cost is not worth it. I don't mean to be flippant, but $60 to $90 million capital fine is not a deal-breaking sum for something so monumental for the future of Christchurch and Canterbury. So I've put this amendment with Sam McDonald. I'll obviously be supporting it, and certainly for the sake of our future, I hope that you do too.
Thank you. That's anyone else? Oh, Mike, Yanni, Melanie.
Just quickly. I wonder if actually people listen to the expert advice that we have had today. It's actually been very clear that 25,000 seater capacity with the ability to have 36,000 at concerts is actually the sweet spot, and it's the right decision to make. Adding another 5,000 seats for $88 million just for one event a year, if you're lucky to get it, is just does not make sense. And we've heard that loud and clear. Look, I do agree with Councillor Keown's statement about the LA Lakers and about how they sell out the crowds. Their capacity at Staples Centre is 20,000. And that's because it's the sweet spot. And that's what we've got to make sure that we get, is a stadium that actually has really good user experience. And we've heard from the people that actually are in the business that this is what we're going to go forward with. The risk of increasing it to 30,000, triggering a consultation, and then actually having to say no and delaying the project even further and creating uncertainty is just not worth it in this environment. So I will not be supporting the amendments.
Thank you. Yanni.
Thank you. I'm maybe in the unique position of not supporting this, but the amendment or the substantive, because I have a very different view. My view is that the issue that we're faced with in terms of risk and cost stems from the fact that the government of the day designated a public facility to go on private land at an extraordinary cost. We could save a lot of money for this project if we simply built it on the existing Lancaster Park rather than built it on private land that's been acquired at great expense. To think that Lancaster Park is literally about 3 to 4 blocks away from where the proposed new stadium is going, and that would have a negative impact to keep it at Lancaster Park because of the proximity to the central city, I think is really far-fetched. The reality is that Lancaster Park is in the central city, and for those of us that remember when the Bledisloe Cup was held there, people walked along High Street and up Ferry Road to the old stadium, and it was very successful. So I think we need to think again about what we're doing here. This land would be incredibly valuable at the proposed site for housing. We've seen the demand for housing, and we've got a desire to get more people living in the central city. My solution is to save money, build a purpose-built stadium at the existing Lancaster Park site, and realise the value of the land is better used for things like housing. Just a few other comments I want to make. One is the whole idea of subsidising an extra 88 million or 100 million to get the extra seats. It simply is financial ludicrousy to have to pay an incentive to balance that against the cost of the incentive bids that you may choose to put in. The numbers do not stack up to justify the extra 5,000 seats from the information that we have been given. But also more fundamentally, the whole issue of the future of sports and of cultural events in terms of big stadiums needs to be considered. E-gaming through COVID, but also as a trend is going to more online streaming, as is, we've heard, spectator sports as well. So fundamentally, I do not believe that we're in a good situation in terms of the public ratepayers having to subsidise professional sports and professional events. It is simply unsustainable to continue along the path that we are continuing, and we should be looking to save as much money as possible by being a lot more strategic. I'm also incredibly disappointed that despite options for additional private investment, things like car parking, hotels, accommodation, synergy across the site has not been considered as a way to reduce the cost and provide ongoing operational sustainability. I will support the regional rate because both Otago and Wellington had a regional rate from the regional council to support their stadiums, and I can see no reason why the benefits across our region shouldn't be accrued here for the rate as well.
Thank you. Melanie.
Look, I'm not going to say anything that hasn't been said already, but I may as well repeat things like everyone else. So this design alternative that we're considering today is because there was a cost blowout of 131 million on the original base case, which some councillors are proposing we go back to today. The current design that we're looking at in the recommendation from staff, we've been told will provide a better user experience, better turf, and continue with the sustainability elements that we already have. It makes complete sense. The key stakeholders expressed that the level 1 concourse is more important than a greater seating capacity. It will have good seat size, will have leg space, you'll be able to see things on the field. It will also have a greater commercial outcome to make sure we have the concourse there. We also were told that there were diminishing returns the larger the arena gets, so it makes sense to not build it too big. Look, at making sure the city, the ratepayers of Christchurch are not put at a serious financial risk is incredibly important. And I'm amazed that the so-called Frugal Five would even knowingly contemplate creating an $88 million hole in council's budget. It clearly shows an actual lack of financial acuity, and I fully support the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Phil.
Right. No.
Bring it back to reality.
No. People have been waiting 11 years for this multi-use arena, and we are the second largest city in New Zealand, and we will end up with the 4th largest stadium. Let's build it once and build it right. We have one shot at this. Some businesses, as I think Andrew said, have set up in anticipation that a large stadium is coming. Christchurch is only going to get bigger, and we will use it. I have been told that to get an All Black game, we have to pay more money because we haven't got as many seats. Now, if we follow this approach, we will be beaten by the punch by Dunedin every time because they have 30,000 seats, whatever. They'll just keep upping their number and we'll dip out all along. So they'll trump us out every time. Canterbury is a rugby mad province which has had numerous national titles and produced more than its fair share of All Blacks. We need to take the bull by the horns and be bold and build a right-sized stadium. We can prioritise money from some other projects, which I'm sure are not as important as this one is, because this is going to last 100 years and we can spread cost out. We'll find money. We found $40 million to prop up the town hall when it got into a bit of strife. And that's just about me. But it's not all about rugby. We will be able to get more people to our concerts than Dunedin because we are a larger city in the middle of the South Island. We've got trucks can come here and go to our stadium for concerts. It's $700,000 at least to get the equipment down to Dunedin for a starter. And the one thing I do want to have is the biggest stadium. So I feel sorry for the the restaurateurs, hospitality people that have thrown their heart and soul into the city, and they're not getting the people here to fill their beds and bars and restaurants. So, and that's all cool. And just to let Yanni know, we didn't actually pay a lot of money for it. I think we only paid $1 for the land. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Well, that brings us to the end of the debate, so I'll just wrap it up. I think that it's really important that we don't lose sight of the fact that we are going to be able to offer a premium arena experience and host major concerts, cultural events, exhibitions and sporting fixtures that will entertain our residents and visitors to the city. It will be a magnet. It will be quite different from any of the other offerings around the country. I've heard it said before, but size doesn't matter. And I have to say that the phrase that rings in my ears and Mike reminded me of it, look for your sweet spot, is what we were told over and over again. And what's the right size for Christchurch, it is not about the capacity, it is about the experience. And therefore, I'm saying that this is our sweet spot. The exponential increase in cost for seats that we might fill once a year is simply irresponsible. So for me, I'm going for the staff recommendations. I'm not supporting the amendments. There are things that we should continue to discuss with our neighbours as we go through this process regardless, and so I'm just simply going to take that on board while not supporting the amendment. But I do think that it's really important that we send a very strong signal about the desire to move forward today. So on that note, I will put the amendment first, and I'll get you to do a division. Thank you.
Are you going to put them separate or?
Oh, number 8 needs to be separately.
Okay.
7 as well.
So
I'm doing all of them apart from 8 in the amendment.
And 7?
And 7.
Leanne, do you want all apart from 7 and 8?
Well, and 6. Oh, it's not the amendment.
Oh, Yanni.
Well, it's hard when you've got amendments mixed in with the main. So.
Sorry, there isn't an amendment in 6. There is no amendment in 6.
Sorry, there's red wording, but whatever.
Sorry? Yeah, but it's been changed to blue.
6 separate at the appropriate point.
Yes.
In the substantial.
Yeah.
Okay, we ready?
So just to clarify, you're putting
1
So
through 9.
I'm going.
No, some people want the amendment.
Which one separately?
Yanni wants 6 separately.
I'm doing the amendments first. So can we just, sorry, can we go back up to the top? So I'll just go through them one at a time. So the amendment to 1B and the amendment to 3 and 9, is that right? So I can do them as one block? You see the amendments? What?
On 3, the mover has amendments said they've removed these amendments do not impact on the overall budget.
Yeah?
Yeah, we wanted that.
Okay,
just
remove.
Delete 3, meaning. Delete 3.
Yeah, delete 3.
It's just a noting provision anyway.
Right. Okay, so it's essentially I'm putting it's the amendment to 1B, and I'm putting the amendment by adding a new 9, right?
Okay. Councillor Templeton.
No.
Councillor McClellan. No. Councillor MacDonald.
Yes.
Councillor Johansson. No. Councillor Galloway. Councillor Coker. No. Mayor.
No.
Councillor Major. Yep. Councillor Kewen. Yes. Councillor Goff.
Yes.
Councillor Davidson. Councillor Cotter.
No.
Councillor Chu. Deputy Mayor Turner. No. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
That's right, it's 14 for James.
1, 2, 3. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. Okay. So that's 9. That's carried. That's lost. Sorry. Oh, sorry.
That is lost. Can I have? It's my call to call the result.
Oh, sorry.
The amendment is lost. Can we move to the other 2 amendments? The other, yeah. So do you want them put together or separately? No, 7 and 8. Oh, okay. Right. Okay. So can you just call number 7?
Okay. Councillor Galloway. Councillor Johansson. Deputy Mayor Turner. Councillor McClellan. Councillor Major. Councillor Goff.
Yes.
Councillor MacDonald.
Yes.
Councillor Kewen. Councillor Cotter.
No.
Councillor Davidson. Councillor... Oh, sorry, no. Councillor Chu. Councillor Coker. Councillor Templeton.
Why would anyone say no to this?
The Mayor.
No.
Going to the Crown for more money. It's just bizarre.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 7 no's, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's even. That's 7 all.
7 all, so that doesn't proceed. Next one.
Why would we get funding contribution?
Yeah, we'll just keep funding it from the rate.
Excuse me, can we just have the vote?
That's the most illogical thing I've ever seen.
So I'm doing 8 now. Request the Mayor to work with regional and neighbouring. The Mayor.
No.
Deputy Mayor Turner. Councillor Chu. Councillor Coker. Councillor Cotter.
No.
Councillor Davidson. Councillor Galloway. Councillor Goff.
Yes.
Councillor Johansson. Councillor Kewen.
A responsible yes.
Councillor MacDonald.
Yeah, definitely.
Councillor Major.
Absolutely, yes.
Councillor McClellan.
Also a responsible yes.
Councillor Templeton.
I'm not in favour of the way it's worded, so no.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 9-4.
That's carried. And the remaining motion, now Yanni, you wanted to have your vote against number... No, well... Right, okay, no. Let's go back up to the top and just work through this to see what we can group. So I'll put the substantive motion number 1.
That's not the substantive on the screen.
That's not the substantive on the screen.
Can you turn the microphone off for a moment, please?
Sorry, I'm going to go through each of the resolutions that need to be dealt with. I suppose there's nothing in here that people are going to, except for item 6. It seems that people that are going to vote against the resolution, which I'm assuming will happen, will want to support though that. Well, they're only noting provisions, so I suppose it doesn't matter.
And probably the stadium capacity. Well, there's a number of ones there that hadn't changed, though, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't have a problem if things didn't change.
So we're just going to put the resolution as amended. Yep. All right. Okay. So so if you would like to call the resolution as amended.
The amendment is amended, or putting the bits that have passed into the substantive.
This is the resolution as amended.
Oh, hold on, except for the capacity, though.
Yeah.
What?
The capacity.
That's fine.
It's not a...
It's
That
just
is
30.
not that. Can you put up the substantive motion?
Please.
Oh,
Just confusing everyone.
Yes,
Staff
correct.
recommendation. That's it.
With the addition of number 8. Was it 8?
I think it was 8.
9.
Yes, it was
8.
8. Yes, you're right, it was 8. 8's underneath that. scroll up there, number 8.
The thing is, like, number 7, we don't have any required for the budget because we voted against stuff scaling. There's no additional budget. Just saying.
Number 8.
No, not spending a cent.
That's it? Well done. Well done.
Yep. Okay.
There you go.
Right, so this is now what you're voting on screen.
Yep.
Okay. Right, councillor.
Okay, do we need to put 8 separately?
No, it's fine. It's part of it's past a different.
No, that's
I want to vote for it.
that's the resolution.
I don't want to vote for it.
But if you can vote, have your vote recorded against number 8.
I
That's
will.
fine.
Thank you very much.
So if you want to record your vote against a particular item for some reason, then you can. Right.
Ready?
Off you go.
Councillor Kewen. Councillor McClellan. Councillor MacDonald.
No, except yes to bringing the August report. So the yes to 7, but no to everything else.
And 8.
Oh, sorry, and 8. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Of course.
Yes to 7 and 8.
And actually 1B as well. But
Councillor Davidson. Councillor Galloway. Councillor Chu. Okay. Councillor Coker. Councillor Cotter.
Yes. Oh, that's it, not 8.
The Mayor.
Yes.
Councillor Templeton.
Aye.
Councillor Major. Deputy Mayor Turner. Yes. Councillor Johansson. Sorry, yes to 8?
7 and 8.
7 and 8, thank you. And Councillor Goff.
no, but yes to 1B, yes to 7, and yes to 8.
Okay. That's 9-4. That's 9-4.
Yep, that's carried. Okay, thank you very much. That brings the meeting to a close, and I will ask Mike Davidson to close the meeting with a karakia whakamutunga.
Unahia, unahia. Unahia ki te uru tapunui. Kia wātea, kia mama. Te nāko, te tinana. Te wairua I te ara takata. Koia rā e rongo. Whakairia aki ki ronga. Kia tina. Tina. Huie tāki.
The meeting is closed.